Hello. Hi, Icy. Congrats on the first. Hi, Psycho Card. Hi, John. How's everybody doing? Today I'm just working more on the hair. I uh I worked on the shoes a little bit off stream. They're now I think the final colors. I think what I want to do um is paint her nails yellow, like her gloves and boots. And that'll be nice contrast with uh all the blue accents. And then I did add another layer to the hair, just this side piece. Um, Mostly because like it wasn't enough just to have this front piece. And I didn't want to change the silhouette because I like how the silhouette is in this drawing. So I uh, mostly kept it not visible from the front, just visible from the side. Or many, don't worry, we'll cover your bald spot. It's okay, she can wear a toupee. They have they have a lot of stuff for bald spots. Toupees look pretty okay nowadays. I'm leaving it bald right now though, just because I don't know what the hair is going to look like in the end. I don't want to close it up before I potentially make a bunch of adjustments. Right now, like I'm pretty happy with pieces. I potentially could close it up by taking this and bringing it across like that, and then merge in these two pieces. Three pieces. I forgot about this piece. Uh, well, no, this is probably gonna stay its own piece, huh? I have mischievous mods. One of them refunded your pizza pasta immediately. Wow. Well, congratulations on the free pizza pasta. I already know Griff is evil. That's why I made them mod. So yeah, I'm getting closer. I think like once I finish one strand, the other two, three, four, the other three are going to be easier to do. So the first back strand is going to be the longest one to do. I want to reset the 3D cursor because that's starting to annoy me. All right. But yeah, like closing up all these gaps is going to be the last step because I've just learned through like making the mistake in the past. If I close them up early, I'm going to change my mind about something, and then I'm just not going to be able to change it. So the longer I leave it alone, the easier it's going to be. Should I do a cube for this? I don't know what's going to be easier. Let's just start with the plane. I don't think I've really started the air in the back with the plane before and use curves because uh, I feel like usually I can be pretty lazy about it. Hey, Mur, how's it going? Thanks for the resub. In 3 months. I don't even stream. How's it going, Mur? Uh, so yeah, I'm just gonna try this out. Because I've drawn everything out, like I can kind of plan around it, do amazing things. Oh, thank you. I don't know about amazing. I just make dumb jokes and I commit to the bit. After doing this a couple of times, or modeling hair out like this a couple of times, I'm getting a lot more used to it. Like I can get through this pretty fast now. So I'm pretty happy about that. Give subs to Noctis? No, don't do that. I don't want your subs. Gift your subs to Minnie or Peanuts or Sophie or Meowie or somebody that deserves it. The Nan knows I killed her. She said it was revenge for eating. Yeah. True, real. Yeah, she shouldn't have raided me. What can I say? I was really cranky without my water too. You can't believe this. It's there not to believe. I don't know. exactly how I should do this. Rabbit. Yeah, it's rabbit. I think that's a good start. I should probably fill in the back of her head. Let's just put a sphere there to start with. I can fill it in for real later. I just need something for now to help me gauge where the hair should be. How's it going, PT? And hi, never mind. I think I need to make the strand a little bit thicker. Never mind, where? Nevermind's right there. What do you mean? Right there in chat. I'm pointing to them right now. It's kind of hard to have the hair like this without it clipping into the skirt. Uh, I guess I have to commit to it though, even though it's not great. I don't know what else I could do. We'll just leave it like that for now. I can figure something out later. I should have thought about the hair clipping into the skirt. Oh well. That is fine. Let's do mirror. There. Now she's looking like Miku. Miku, ooh, ooh. getting close to the point where like I do need to close things up though. Uh, the lack of commitment is making it hard to visualize some stuff. Just know I'm gonna regret it though. All right, that is the first layer, base here. Where's my references? Where's my browser? Okay, I think I do need to also like maybe draw this profile view. Because there's like maybe I would be able to kind of just guess it. But I need to plan out where I want to put the uh, like stray strands. I could I could just use what do you call it? Curves to do the planning. I think that'd be fine too. Use curves to do the planning and then model it out. I think I need to extend some of this backwards too to cover the joining of the back section and the middle section. That's a future Noctis problem. All right, let's get the next layer. Oh, I turned off selection on that. All right, so duplicate this. I can just select the second layer. There we go. We got the second layer now. Let's hide the first layer. Really should start naming these. All right, now I just need to adjust all this. Probably better to use sculpting tools. Where's the elastic grab? There we go. PT. Yeah, it's PT. Mini Ray Dead. All right. Close that tab. All right. Let's adjust all this inwards. 2 peanuts tabs OP. Yeah, it's too OP. That's why I need to close one of them. That's it's too much Elden Ring for me. All right, I should hide this and then hide this reference so I can see everything. Dang, this train gets thick. Let's make this wider in the back, I guess. Didn't really notice before. There we go. Get the shape right from the front. I'm not really good at like drawing profile references, like profile view references. So I think I need to practice that. All right. So with this, I need to back it off a little bit. That way I can make some space for uh, those strands in the back. keep forgetting I need to remove the schedule on the stream. It's lying. Is that still clipping through the skirt or dress? I keep calling it a skirt. Which one is this? Okay, that's sleeves. Let's name it sleeves. This is like the actual body. Gonna name all these things. I've gone too long without naming everything, and now I'm like confused what all these things are. Oh, hello, Mr. Meow. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. How's stream? How was no game, apparently? That's interesting. Hello, Nero Crab. I'm not this whole. I do a lot of art on stream, sometimes 2D, mostly 3D in Blender. I'm currently working on a model of an original design of Miniful. Goal is to make a VRM model. You're playing League. Oh, yeah, you're right. No game is preferable to League. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nero. You like League of Legends? Follow Mr. Meow. I am most of the way there. I've made most of the outfits, made the shoes, and the accessories. There's still a little bit of UV mapping that I need to do, and then joining these meshes together. So it's kind of in pieces right now. But right now I'm working on the hair. You'll now get ready to sleep yourself. It do be 3 a.m. Yeah, it's getting late for me as well. But have a good night. I hope you have sweet dreams. I don't know you, but you were raided into a while ago and lurk sometimes. Oh. Model is already looking magnum adorable. You wish me all the luck. Thank you. I do a really good job. Thank you. Thank you. Biblically accurate torso. True. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I'm trying something out or something new out. Like I drew the hair in different layers, kind of like how you would draw hair in Live 2D. and then modeling off of the reference I drew. I don't usually do like uh I don't usually draw references. Like I kind of wing it. But having the references to work off of really does help. Unsurprisingly, it helps a lot. But yeah, right now I'm kind of just modeling out the main strands, and then I'll split off the strands once everything is set. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, and have a good night, Nero. Yeah, just as I thought, like uh, after finishing the first one, doing the other ones are a lot easier. Hydrate, all right. Save, I probably should. I don't know why this file takes so long to save. How big is it? It's only 300 megs. That's weird. All right. Let's duplicate this hair reference layer. And same thing as before. Uh, can hide all these things again. Duplicate this hair strand. And then I can sculpt it into position. All right. Gotta fix the ending here. All right, and then now through the back, I can sculpt it so that it's separated a little bit. Gotta add that depth. I need to make sure that it's not clipping through too bad through the dress. Uh, okay, I mean this one's not clipping all that bad. This one is clipping though. I do need to bring this forward, I guess. It's like too far to the side. Let's drill down to just the strand and I can like fix this up. Okay, front view still looks okay. I need to clean up side view. Okay, what's wrong with this? Uh, Too far up in the z-axis? Or too far down, rather. Okay, that looks better. Uh, Now that that's so far back, I feel like, what's going on here? I fix the silhouette. All right, that sounds good. All right, so now I guess I need to fix this. All right. I think I still need to clean this up. Get all this pushed in. Probably need to like bring all this together like this. I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to join all the strands together. All right. Let's use this view. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mess. I could probably pull this back now. Let's pull back from lower. I think that keeps it from flipping through the dress, almost. Okay, so I think what I want to do is make the strand a little bit wider. When I zoomed into the collar, it sort of looked like an outline of the girl with the pearl earring. Did it? The collar's hidden though. Collar looks like the headband on the painting. Oh, from the front view. Okay. Does that keep it from clipping altogether? Sorta does. I don't like the silhouette. Let's fix this. All right, I think that probably is fine. It'll look better when I add more strands, I think. So with this one so far back, I want to pull the rest of these back too. Also, just noticed these aren't lined up very well. All right, so let's pull this back. That way it just all makes an arc. Now I gotta do this one. There we go. Wow, this ended up so low. What the heck happened? Let's move all these up. This is gonna mess it up so bad. I don't even know how this happened. It's like so far off. Guess I never adjusted it. I just kind of pushed it around with the sculpt tool and then forgot about it. All right, there we go. Gotta fix up the silhouette. I think for the most part, I can move this back. Okay, what's wrong with this? I need to pull these back on the y-axis. Pull this forward. Pull both of these forward. All right, that all looks lined up. This looks too flat here. All right, how's that line look? That looks fine. Fine. Okay. I don't really have to worry that much about the side view, but I do like making it look good. Uh, well, I mean, I guess I do need to worry about it a little bit just because I'm planning on doing animations and stuff with this model. All right, let's see. Okay, I need to do something here. This is kind of funky here. All right, that's fine. This is fine. That's okay. I need to fix this right here. There. Yeah, I really do like doing hair like this. Uh, I can just be nitpicky about how the hair is shaped. It's really hard to do it with curves unless like you do it with a curve and then you convert it to a mesh. People do that fine. Uh, but it takes a lot more time for me to get like the curve in the right place. Like maybe it's a skill issue. But here I can like see every vertex and I can immediately be like, okay, I'm gonna join these like this or whatever. Works for me. Okay, so let's see how this is. This is probably slower than learning how to work with curves properly though. I could just like, oops, uh, do like a follow path or something. Have a plane modeled straight, have it follow the path, and then make micro adjustments from there. That might be something I should work in. Okay. Does that look okay? From the front, from the back. Kind of looks like the gap is kind of weird here. Yeah, I'm kind of the type of person that could push and pull vertices back and forth for hours. It might drive people mad. But it's all for the silhouette. All right, so this is a little bit too flat. Let's pull this a little bit to the right. Pull this a little bit to the left. This looks so bad here. Which direction is it messed up in? Not sure. Probably the x-axis. Nope, not the x-axis, the y-axis. Okay. I'm second guessing about how I placed these strands too. Because I'm making it like shorter as it comes back. And I think most people have it so that it's longer as it goes back. So maybe I need to like just go down like this. At the very least, make them even with each other. Now there's this gap here. All right, now I think I can just pull it down a little bit. Hmm. Okay, I think I can leave that gap there. It's going to be covered by the strands. I can shift this over to the left. Maybe I shouldn't be adjusting this before I create the strands. Let's try that. I can push all this in, I think. Make room for like a center strand. All right, that's starting to look good. Gonna have to keep tweaking the silhouette. I think that's good enough for now. It's not perfect, but I'll keep refining it. All right, now I can once again duplicate. Do I have a 4? I do have a 4. It's just one piece that's going down. I should start a new lane for that. Kind of left this more as a vague concept. So I'm not gonna follow it directly. I just want it to be like curved to one side. That's just the idea I had. But I'm gonna have to figure out how it fits within uh, this hair structure. I think I might need to make this a little bit thicker. And then whatever strand I do on the stage right, it's gonna have to be like way thicker. think do want this part to be wider. Yeah, I think this will work out fine. All right, let's move this along y-axis. All right. All right, all right, all right. All right. I am starting to like the decision to uh, be asymmetrical with this back strand. Though, in the end, like nobody's going to see this strand, like realistically, right? Like, how often does a VTuber spin around and show the back of a model? Not often. But it's got to be perfect. Silhouette does look good enough, though. I guess I want it wider here. Hey, Griffo. How's it going? Did the hair not toggle off? Oh, it did. Sweet. It worked. How long did you last? You died pretty early. You died like day two. A lot of people died day two. It was a massacre. Dang, you stink. Oh no, I accidentally hit this bar. Oh, okay. Well, there's just an arrow to fix it. All right. So now uh maybe if I let's save a new copy of this. let's clean up unused data. There's a lot of like meshes here I'm not using. So let's just clean this up. Where's the dress? Night Noctis, I hate you. No, I don't hate you. I just think there are more interesting people to raid. Oh, that's cute. Throwing the flowers. I love that. Nobody wants to see me move vertices back and forth. They wanna go and in the app with the streamer. Dang, why are you beaming Minnie? I'm gonna tell Minnie that you hate her. Well, she hated you first. I'm pouting. Peanuts waves. I'm still pouting. And then I punch Peanuts and I cry because Peanuts is dead. And Griffo celebrates. Wait, who punches Peanut? Why am I crying? It was Minnie. Okay, I see. No, I killed Peanuts. Then that girl throws flowers on Peanuts' dead body. But why am I crying if I killed him? Did I like accidentally kill him? All right, I think I do need the strands in the back of the head. Add like a small layer between the head and the back hair layer. That'll look really nice. I think I want to move this inwards a little bit more. There, like that. A little bit better. Oh, fake tears to cover for my murder. I see, I see. That's smart. Minnie eats a battery and then gets shocked. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Where'd my music go? Now I have to sit in uncomfortable silence. Oh, the playlist just ran out. Interesting. Uh, let's listen to Maria. You love silence? Me too, but not while streaming. All right, that's starting to come together. I think I need to do uh, a lot with strands and everything. Um, definitely got all these to make. I think I'll just move the reference to match the hair a little bit better. There we go. Is that mostly right? Yeah, I think shifting everything down is probably the right thing to do. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm combining all these. But I'll do that after I make the like the split off strands. Skirt keeps disappearing. Cleaning up all these models I'm not using anymore that I brought over from Sophie's model. And cleaning all that up will make it not so weird. Deleted 52 data blocks. So saving is instant now. Awesome. Made a dumb meme yesterday in Minnie's meme channel. Did you? Oh, I want to see. Meme channel. When you can't yabba dabba do this, I mean, okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Uh, that's nice Lidstead's style mini. Nice job. This is ribbon. Oh, that's Sophie's ribbon. Uh, okay. Feels like everything else is part of this model. I want to keep the sleeves. What's this? Okay, that's just temporary. I'll keep that. All right. Let's hide these colliders. All right. I am liking that. Okay. We can leave it at that for now, and then we can add a mohawk. Boom, look at that. It's because during her rune collab, she got so angry, she said yabba dabba doo for some reason. Minnie says the darnest things. Where are the dress pieces? It's under the armature. Why is it stuck here? Why are there two armatures actually? That's crazy. Oh, because I made that for testing well, I made that armature to manipulate the bottom of the dress, so I can just clear that for now. And I'll just stick it in the character folder. All right, everything's organized. Let's work on the hair strands. I can get the hair strands done, and then I'll call stream. So this has an offshoot. Oops. Oh my gosh, I keep extruding instead of uh, creating a face. For now, it's going to be a little bit awkward, but I can hide the splits later. Or maybe I should model this separately. It'd probably be easier if I modeled it separately and then join it. I can stay here for now. Oh, mark sharp, mark seam. I love the song from Toa. She knocked this one out of the park. And the song's like beautiful. Rip Mume. It's crazy having the Mume backing track too. I think probably the reason why I like doing hair like this is because I can kind of look at the negative space and see uh, what I should adjust rather than like trying to force a curve to do whatever I want. And I mean, I still think this is pretty slow compared to like how people typically do hair. But like I said before, I can be really fussy about it. Think it's looking good so far. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really liking it so far. This is like way more complex than I normally do for hair. Just because, like, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty bad at doing hair. Uh, but drawing the hair myself first to kind of understand how the hair should flow, definitely really, really helpful. Uh, enables me to do hair that's a little bit more complex. And it's going to take me a lot longer. Uh, but I think the end result is going to be worth it. Feel like also my modeling skills are a lot better. I think maybe a few months ago I wouldn't be able to do this. But the couple of Sophie models that I made was really helpful in me improving. I mean, before the Sophie models, I hadn't really done a huge amount of 3D in a little bit. Like I was on the 2D grind for a little bit. And that's the other thing, like uh I got way, way better at drawing during that time, and that allowed me to like draw my own reference for hair for this design. And I think that was really important too. feeling really good about having focused on 2D art for a couple of months. Really need that well, helped me out with the missing skill, being able to like visualize something. It's really hard to like model something without being able to see it. Like it was kind of funny the subject getting brought up in Chase's art Discord about aphantasia, not being able to see images in your mind. Uh, so I've always seen like I don't have aphantasia, but my mind's eye is pretty weak. And the biggest difference between like me now and me like I don't know, let's say the beginning of my art journey, so like 4 years ago, is just learning that references are really nice to have. Hey, Craig, how's it going? It's been a little bit. Greg's been working in pain. I'm sorry. Hopefully you got a break coming up or something. But yeah, like you don't really use references that often since a lot of the time you just start a drawing with no idea where it's going. I think that's okay too. Um, because correct me if I'm wrong, but like you kind of start a drawing on a whim and you go in a direction that's it's kind of like wherever you feel like it's going. So it's really hard to start with a direction like that. Uh, my workflow is like the opposite of that. Like I get an idea and I want to like dive into it. I don't necessarily have like a strong idea of where I'm going. So like I'm kind of winging it a little bit, but not quite as much as you. So I'll like start with a base idea, look up references for that, start drawing or modeling or whatever. Floor food. For you, the fun comes in with the colors and contrast. So where it starts is on a blessing. Oh yeah. But like I just over time I'll build a collection of references. So um my pure ref will start with like one or two pictures. And then I'll go like, oh, I really need to add, this kind of bow, but I can't like I need to find a reference because I can't see it. So I find references for it and I start sketching out based off of references. So my pure ref will end up being like, I don't know, 50 images or something, all from like all different elements of the whatever I'm trying to do. Thanks for the hug, Dark Links. All right, putting that strand there, maybe a mistake. I don't know yet. Do I think I could do a PS1 pixelated model? Is that more difficult? It's pretty easy. Um, there's a lot less work when you're going for that style. Like doing an actual PS1 model is a little bit hard because you have to like be mindful about uh, system capabilities. But if you're just doing the style, then that's pretty easy because you can have like 100,000 polys if you're not if you don't actually care about running on the PlayStation, and then it turns out that style. You don't have to do like realistic textures. You don't have to worry about shading all that much. It's all flat shading. It's all uh, low resolution textures. It's not that bad. What do you mean I saw you? You exposed yourself. I might regret not splitting this higher up. So let's just split it. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about splitting it. You think it'll be cool seeing Mini in the PS1 Ape Escape style? Yeah, I think that'd be cool. You should do it. Like it is a pretty easy style to do because and like that's why you kind of see a lot of people a lot of indie devs do that like fifth gen console style. I think it's fifth gen. Seventh gen is 360. If you could, you'd try. I believe in you. Working with 3D hurts your head? Really? I find 3D like so much easier because uh like with 2D, I have to do so much work uh, correcting my mistakes. It's like impossible to just draw the thing because I don't even know what I'm drawing. I have an idea of what I'm drawing, an idea of what I'd like to draw. But I have no idea what I'm actually drawing. So that makes it super hard. Uh, with 3D, I can like start with the concept and like start blocking something out, and then like I can mold what I want to do, kind of like working with clay. For you, it's the difference between painting from one perspective instead of all perspective. Yeah, yeah. So I can't see things from one perspective. I need to be able to like turn things around and like move things in 3D space. I'm a lot better at working with clay than I am with painting or uh, pencil or paper. So if I can like mold things into the right shape, it'll like slowly start looking right at every angle. Um, whereas like if I'm drawing, it's just gonna be wrong, and I can't figure out why it's wrong. I need to like turn the thing to be able to see why it's wrong. It's really tough. And like me getting better at 2D is just because I've been able to get better at 3D. And like if I can't see something, I can just like bust out a model and get like the reference for the angle I want. So you like seeing a problem from a different view for it to make sense? Yeah, exactly. Like if I'm seeing it straight on and like the proportions are weird or the view is weird, like if I can see it from a different angle, it'll help me understand like why I'm um drawing it wrong. You love the low poly look. You've seen some people who do that on Style and Blue Sky. You should check out like a modeling tutorial or something and uh try out try out doing 3D. I know there's a couple in like on like tablets. But yeah, like with a better understand like I on standardized exams, I've typically been really good at those puzzles, or not the puzzles, the questions where it's like, here's this shape, rotate at 90 degrees, which one of these is that shape? Uh like I guess I need to understand things from every direction. And a lot of the times, like you'll see me just move vertices like back and forth for a while. Like on this hair, I've been like just moving vertices so much. Like right here, I can just see that uh there's something misaligned here. And like from the front, I can see the curve is fine. From the side, I can see maybe there's this is maybe this is too flat or something. And once I understand like how something is curved or how something is squared off or whatever, like I can start to understand like, oh, I need to draw it like this. Yeah, the low poly look is like super nostalgic. I do like how uh how that looks. And some people capture the style really well. I mean, you should get a Ape Escape style model for when she finishes Ape Escape. I think I feel like I want this to come out towards the back. So maybe I rip this vertice. Is that lining up? No, I need to do it a little bit higher. So let's rip this. Oops. Save my work. All right. Hey, Phil, how's it going? Copiuming. Often that copium. Logs is being such a menace in Nikon's stream. So freaking funny. It's like the old Pokemon Stadium models. They're kind of cursed, but they're great. Yeah, they're I love like the N64 generation. N64, PS1, like the Final Fantasy uh re-rendered scenes were like so good. What's going on here? Uh, sure, why that black line is there? Probably because of how everything's connected. Probably because this isn't closed off. I'll close it off later. I think I need to reset vectors too. Also recalculating outside helps. Okay. I just want to pull this back a little bit more. Go. Okay. Like that. Now I need a strand on the inside. Let's start it from up here. That was a big old strand. Might need to start this higher up. Actually, I might be looking at the wrong reference. Let's turn everything off. Nope, that is in that layer, so you're also a fan of the pixel sprites on a 3 background style like some games do? Yeah, I like kind of the modern take on that. Kind of like well, I think like 3D Dot Heroes kind of popularized where it's like 3D voxel type graphics that sort of mimic how the 2D sprites and stuff were. But it's like clearly modern. I really like that. But then also like Brave Story, the 2D sprites on like modern graphics rendering. I'm a fan of that as well, but I've been reading that I've seen like people kind of get tired of that because it does get used quite a bit. Oh my gosh. Let's just flatten this. All right, so probably do want that to be on the inside. Where's Krita? Yeah, I do want it on the inside. Honestly, though, like I do wish people did more 3D dot hero style. Uh, I do like games that do like the short lens style graphics where it looks like everything's a miniature. That's so cool to me. But I really do love like the N64 era. Look, things were so much simpler. You didn't have to worry about things running like super terribly because it was gonna slow-mo anyways when it ran bad. Some artwork, you've been looking Trepang 2 artwork. You've been looking at Trepang 2. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Oh, Riffo, I see the tweet you screenshotted. Yeah, I do like that style. When Minnie said she got a low poly model, that's what I thought. Like that's the style I thought she got. It reminds me of like uh Mega Man Legends. Well, oh shoot. I've been like ignoring Twitch or YouTube chat. How much from character like this? Oh, I don't even know if you're still here. I don't do comms. Whoa, Noctis on YouTube? How can you sleep now? Peanuts, friggin' sleep. How do I enable timestamps? I'm on YouTube. You also like the Link's Awakening remake style? Kind of look like Play-Doh people? Yeah. It looked like miniatures, like a bunch of miniatures. I love that style. I'm really bad at looking at YouTube chat. Because most of the time, like, nobody's saying anything on there anyways. Skibbity toilet? Why, why, why'd you join YouTube chat just to say skibbity toilet? What the heck? You don't even like skibbity toilet. Wow, YouTube chat sounds weird. Yeah. Somebody joined YouTube chat and asked for skibbity toilet. Like, what's up with that? Almost as weird as Twitch chat. That one time somebody came in and was like, I'll pay money for skibbity toilet. It's crazy. Crazy. YouTube chat? Yeah, I'm multi-streaming. Everybody else was doing it, so I joined in. All right. I'm liking these strands. This is working out so good. Who did this cover? Petra? Nice. Save my work. All right. He just really wanted Skibidi Toilet. Yeah, that's true. Weird is. Nah, Skibidi Toilet's awesome. The other day when Minnie did her collab with Room, you spammed the trumpet reaction thing all stream, and it was 4 hours of spamming. Oh my gosh, dude. What the heck? And that probably shows up in the VOD too. Like the live chat replay, if she has that enabled. Oh, they saved the subathon? You don't think she knows how YouTube works? Maybe not. I mean, she's pretty new to it. I don't really know what to do about this. I feel like I should have just done this as a separate strand. Let's do this. Let's pull it forward. Dang, you're still spamming the emotes? What the heck? Can't believe they saved Mikon's subathon. Actually, I can believe it. Did she hide the timer? Like, I don't see it on stream. Oh, wait, no. It's that number in the top left. Oof. I don't know why I didn't perceive that. Okay. I do like it shaped like this. Uh, I think maybe on this strand I have something coming off and going into the back makes for a more interesting profile. What do you call it? Profile silhouette. Isn't her timer the big calendar looking thing? Yeah, yeah. I looked at that and I thought it was like the time, like not the subathon counter, but like the time, what time it is. But it is the timer. So she's got a hour on the timer. How does my screencast keys keep hiding? I saved, right? Yeah, I saved. I save pretty often. Maybe I want to pull this forward a little bit more. Oh, that's starting to stretch really weird. I mean, it looks fine from the back view, and it looks fine from the front view. Uh, it's just a little bit too far forward. So let's push everything back. All right, how's the side view look now? Looks awkward because it's like flipping out the front so heavily. So let's just bring all of it back. Let's bring it back until it stops looking so weird. I don't think it's going to be possible. It looks like it's shooting off into uh, a weird direction. I think maybe if I shape this better. No, now it looks weird from the front. I think maybe I just need to move this down. It's Dang, just saw her announcement. Poor Minnie had a hectic day. You mean in the Discord? The stream ended up being pretty long, so uh, I was kind of surprised. If I bring everything down, it's gonna look better. I hate shaping things for an angle that nobody's gonna see, but I think if I do it right, it'll look right from the front too. It's just gonna change the silhouette a little bit, hopefully for the better. Okay, you're gonna head to bed. Good night, Noctis. Good night, Psych. Okay, good night, Griffo. You have wonderful dreams. Okay, that feels right. Uh, maybe a little bit lower. Need to switch this to sharp. Man, I've been stuck on this for a while. All right, how's that look from the back? Now it's looking a little bit awkward. So let's drop everything a little bit. Okay, I think that looks fine from there. It looks okay from the front. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. I think I needed to adjust the verts for when I rig, but other than that, I don't. I think I'm approaching the point where I don't care. Again, it's like, man, nobody's gonna see this. I spent a ton of time on this, and like nobody's even gonna perceive it. Do I apply shading to the model? So there's two ways that I apply shading. One is adjusting the parameters for the shader for the material. Right now, I'm kind of liking the softer shading of that's closer to something like Zenless Zone Zero. Um, but in Blender, it's always like hard shading or mostly hard shading, kind of like this. The other way I apply shading is through textures. So uh, a lot of artists, when doing stylized art, will just paint some shadows onto the texture, like I did here for the bust. Um, I've got a little bit of shadow painted on for the ribbon or the belt area, and the sporting material for the chest. I painted like very subtle shadows into the dress itself so that there's a little bit, it's a little bit easier to see how the dress is curved. So a mix between uh, painting the shading onto the model and uh, the shader itself. I think I probably want like a strand coming forward a little bit from here would look nice, I think. So something like but yeah, right now I'm just using the VRM or MTune shader is what they use for VRM. But people use like what do you call it? Kaio shader. I think that's what it's called. Oh, I did. Wow, I did already like place a strand here. So like Warudo and VSF and VNyan, they all have their Unity-based shading format, so you could like export with a custom shader graph shader. Uh, None of that works on Linux. Or none of the SDKs work on Linux, so I don't care. I'm okay with just using MTune. It looks good enough and I can export it from Blender, which is the most important thing to me. So there's a process to it. Yeah, there's a process to it. Uh, One thing about like 3D, you need to use so many tools. You can almost do everything in Blender if you really wanted to, and if you wanted to be like conscious about how much you spend on tools, but like the standard 3D workflow, people like have to buy so much software to do everything. So like if you're doing texturing, like particularly like photoreal texturing, you have to like a lot of people will use Substance Painter owned by Adobe now, so you know already you're getting ripped off. And Substance itself has like a bunch of different software packages. So like if you want procedural materials or want to create procedural materials, um, there's Designer that you have to buy separately. So then you get Designer, create a procedural material, then you bring it into Substance Painter and apply it to your model. And then once you have that, you can export the texture and use it in the game or whatever. Um, and then making the model in the first place, you're using like Maya if you're working in the industry. Uh, but before you get it into Maya, generally like the workflow is sculpting. So like kind of molding a model like clay rather than uh the old way, which is poly modeling. You kind of what I do is poly modeling. So like I'm just pushing vertices around. So people sculpt in what's that software called again? Dang it. ZBrush. That's what it is. So you sculpt in ZBrush, you retopologize and create the model and rig and everything in Maya. You do the textures in Substance, um, Painter and Designer. Maybe do the UVs in Painter and or in Painter too. I don't know. Maya tools are okay. And then if you're doing animation, you bring it into another piece of software. Forgot its name. It's it's expensive. It's so interesting just watching the process. Yeah, it's takes a lot of time and it spans a lot of disciplines. And that's what makes 3D interesting to me. Like you're just doing a ton of different things. Uh, but Blender's amazing because like it kind of tries to uh be the all-in-one package. So you do animation and rendering and oh yeah, if you're rendering, you're rendering with like Arnold, which is another thing you have to pay for. But Blender tries to be everything, and it's not, particularly good at everything. But what it's good at is being free and accessible. You don't necessarily have to have Monster PC, Eevee, or the old versions of Eevee are pretty light. And you can do animation and video editing, and there used to be like a game engine inside Blender for some reason. You pay for a lot of plugins if you want to be productive, but the plugins are made by the community and are really cool. For example, I use a plugin called Blender Critilink, which automatically sends data back and forth between Blender and Krita. So I can like use the 2D tools that I've been learning and getting used to. And it's super helpful in um, doing like stylized art. because like Krita's digital painting tools are really good and really if you're trying to do like painterly things, um, it's kind of perfect for it. But it is like in the end quite a bit of work. Before you paint, you need to like unwrap the UVs, which are basically telling any program rendering the model, like, hey, uh, this this set of vertex or vertices uh, map to this section of an image. So you set up all the UVs and you get everything mapped up, and then after that, you can finally paint. And that's why like 3D tools are so specialized, like because there's so much involved in 3D stuff. Like you kind of do want a specialized piece of software that does the one thing really well. Like ZBrush is really good at uh, or a really good tool for sculpting, and you can like sculpt out the model super fast and efficient with the sculpting tools it provides. I love what Blender's been able to achieve, though. Like both the community and the Blender Foundation. Uh, the story of Blender is kind of amazing. Like, uh, it's basically been controlled by uh, the same guy for a very long time since its inception, basically. And it's tried to become a lot of different things in uh, like the early days, and that's why the early Blender, or that's why like Blender's philosophy is to have all these tools anyways. So it's kind of always been like this. But there was a campaign a very long time ago, like 2005 or something, where uh the company that was developing Blender was like going out of business essentially. It wasn't successful enough, and so they before that adopted like a shareware model, like you can pay what you want or pay pay if you like it. Um, kind of like WinRAR. uh, but just all the other 3D packages with better marketing, better tools, um, were better than Blender. So um, there was a pretty big community at the time using Blender because of the shareware model. Like not everybody could afford to buy expensive 3D software. So there was a big community and everybody was scared of losing Blender. So they started a crowdfunding campaign before like crowdfunding platforms became a thing and like Tom basically said like, hey, I made an agreement with the owners of the company. It's like if I can cough up however many $100 it was, or maybe it was like a couple grand, I don't remember. But if I can pay for this, I can buy the Blender source code and IP from the company and take ownership of it and make it open source. And everybody was like on that. So like they just they ended up crushing the goal. And Blender ended up uh, launching as open source and uh, totally free to this day. And it's like so cool how the community was basically able to get that done. Community is insane. And is the best part about Blender. Like they contribute so much. And you know, a lot of it is like paid add-ons and whatnot, but somebody's gotta somebody's gotta make money. But there's like a lot of add-ons that are free. And they keep so like after having uh solidified its spot as like the free package. Like there were a bunch of pieces of software back then. I remember like Wings 3D was a thing, and uh, dang, what's happening here? And there were like a bunch of different free and open source pieces of software, but um, Blender was like sort of commercial at some time and actually had real development effort in it. So like I remember the how I first heard about Blender was just people talking about uh, the first open source movie. Like they created a crowdfunding campaign for a movie called Big Buck Bunny, and they were going to use that both as a way to like fund more development into Blender, But not just that, they were using it as an exercise to see uh, where all the weaknesses are um, in terms of like Blender's tooling. So like that made like a lot of news for some reason. I still don't understand why, but like people were super excited for that, and like that ended up being super successful too. So like now we've got every so often like Blender does a funding campaign, or I don't think they do a ton of campaigns anymore. Everything just gets funded through the Blender Fund, and they do a movie. And recently they actually released a game, like a game using Godot. This is like the second attempt at doing a game. First one was kind of a failure. Oh no, I'm bald. Yeah, Griffo hates me. Who doing game? Blender released a game recently, and it's on Steam. And it's like an open source game, so like uh you can grab it. But I think like if you want direct access to it, you need to contribute to the Blender Fund. I forgot what the game was called. Dog Walk is the game they released for free. And I mean, it looks pretty good. It's just kind of a walking sim. But you can pay $5 or just like I don't know what. It's just like a thank you. Um, oh, it gives you access to the source code. But I mean, that's cool. Like that's them continuing that old philosophy they had. Can you repeat that? Dog walk. There you go. But they continually just do projects like this to improve the tool. It's cool. I like it. It's like dog fooding. All right, I think I'm finally done with one of three strands. One, two, three. One, two, three, four. One of four strands. This is going to take way more time than I thought. Cute. Yeah, it's really cute. You just like walk a dog. Like, it's, And the dog just drags you through, or I mean, you are the dog, and you drag your human through the environment. It's so well done. Do I usually target rendered animations or other things? Right now, I'm on a big uh, VTuber model kick. So I'm doing this as a VTuber model. I did a couple of Doki Doki Sophie models, and I made this one for myself, rig models. Yeah. Um, I do animations and stuff too. And I want to do more animations, but uh, just having played with the VRM plugin for Blender and how it makes VTuber model exports so easy, uh, it's been my hyperfixation. My animations are cherry. Thank you. Yeah, I wanna get better at models, so my animations also improve. Um, so what I'm kind of planning is I've never built a rig from scratch. I've like extended the AutoRig Pro um rig before, but I've never done one from scratch. So I what I kind of want to do is do like a meta rig for the VRM skeleton and basically do a rig from scratch and learn from that. So then I can better understand how to uh, put together a nice rig to do all sorts of crazy stuff. So I kind of see like what people do with rigs on social media. Like they have all sorts of really crazy controls to uh, do all sorts of amazing things. And and I wanna do that. I want to get into that. I think I maybe want another short strand in here. I think that'd look nice. I like you know, planning the hair out as like a base, as a starting point, and like just being flexible about it, like adding more details where I feel like it's needed. Uh, I've been liking this workflow. I can tell that I need to fix the normals here. There we go. Um, okay. Still don't. Oh, because this isn't complete. But yeah, recently I've been trying to improve my texture painting, improve how I do hair, and I think uh, that'll in the long run make my animations look a lot better. Uh, my goal for this year is still doing some sort of, oh shoot, doing some sort of action animation, just a very short one. Because last year I did one too. I had Peanuts get punched. I think it was last year. I don't think I did that this year. Yeah, I did it November last year. So I wanna do something uh animation wise, action wise. Improve upon what I did late last year. So maybe at the end of this year, I'll have something. All right, but this is a long process. I'm one down. Uh, let's say two and a half. Two and a half more to go. I learned a lot from the first one, so the second one shouldn't be as hard. Uh, and I mean the strands for the next one is a lot more tame too. Oh, well, I mean, I say that, but I can see it splits off here, splits off here, here and here. This is probably the hardest one, the second one. And then once I have all the strands, I need to UV map it, or I need to close it off. Um, right now they're open curved planes. Wait, what happened? Uh, yeah, close off all these, and then UV unwrap. What does what do? Those planes. Oh, makes it so that the outline actually looks proper, and also like hides some of the clipping, like right here. So I've got like these open curves. So what I can do is pretty much just bridge this together and close it. Well, let's zoom out and deselect all this. So if I bridge this, oh my gosh. What am I doing wrong here? I'm missing that vert. Okay, so bridge closes that off. So now I can like actually paint the inside. So typically, um, you want the inside of the hair to be a little bit darker to provide a little bit of contrast, and then leave the outside shaded however you want to shade it. But also, it's necessary to have the inside face um, for this outline to appear, because this is dependent on the shape of the model. It basically takes the model and scales it up a little bit to draw this black line. So you need to have this inner face here. Is that a shader thing on the mesh? Yeah. It's inverse hull. In Blender, you use well, you can do it with geometry nodes, which is what they do here with the VRM stuff. But there's already geometry nodes and stuff that are there's a modifier that uh, duplicates the mesh, scales it up a little bit, and flips the normal so that the lines appear. And that replicates Toon style shading with, in this case, the MToon shader, where it does the same thing in the shader. It takes a mesh, scales it along the normals, and then flips the normal so that you see through the mesh, and like you see the black on the far side of the mesh. So the outlines are part of the shader. And I mean, it's how pretty much every cell shaded game does outlines. Like you'll see it in like Guilty Gear or ArcSys games in general. Um, there's other ways to do outlines, some of which, I mean, there's like trade-offs. But the most common way is like the inverse hull way. And in general, like it's sort of bad form to have uh back-facing polygons towards the camera, because then you need to do double-sided rendering. And in general, it's better to have proper front-facing polys so that you can call back-facing whenever it's not being seen. So like if I'm looking on this side, right, like half the polys should be called. But if I have the back-facing polygons needing to, or triangles rather, needing to be rendered, then you're rendering everything. Always. You always thought it was because of continuity of ZDepth. You can do depth-based culling. I mean, or I don't know if it's culling, but like you can do like a depth prepass and not run through the entire shader. But that's different than backface culling. Backface culling, you just cull all backfaces. It's like a really cheap way to not render polygons, and like it does make a pretty big difference. Because you prevent like overdraw. There's also like occlusion culling, so anything where you can't see the object, so anything behind another object should be culled because you can't see it, it's occluded. Like objects behind the wall or something, you cull those. And then there's also like frustum culling, so anything outside the viewport, you cull those as well. There's a lot of like optimization techniques. And I don't know if I explained all this correctly, but that's how I understand it. So there's still a small set of triangles rendered around the edges. Yeah. So, I mean, with inverse hull outlines, you're basically doubling the amount of triangles. You can kind of see, like right now, tries are 8,000 or 86,000. It's because like I've doubled the amount of triangles from the inverse hull. It duplicates the mesh and it extrudes along normals, and it's like additional triangles. But half of them get culled. Yeah. Anything that's anything where the normals aren't facing the camera, they just get culled. And that's how the lines show up, because if you disable culling, you see a black mesh. Like that's how it renders the mesh. If you extrude things along the normals, the result of that will be well, I can illustrate, like if I have a cube like this, and I duplicate the mesh and extrude along the normals, it will be a black box, right? You misunderstood. Culling is because of normals and not because of occlusion. It is so for backface culling, it is because of normals. It culls all triangles that are not facing the camera. So here I've extruded along the normals. Oh, I mean, it's a cube. I've extruded and scaled it up, but it would be along the normals basically. And so what flipping the normals would do with backface culling is it deletes, or it culls the faces that are closest to the camera because everything's pointed in. So, oops. So the net result would kind of look like I've deleted these three faces, right? Because they get culled because the normals are facing away from the camera. These back faces, they are still facing the camera because everything's flipped, right? And so you do see the black outline. So everything that's highlighted in yellow, that's outside of the model itself will show up as a black line. So that's that's what people do to cheat line rendering for like the cartoony style. And then occlusion is different than backface, because occlusion just says, can I is there an object in front of another object? So if I can see this model, if it's not occluded by another object, then yeah, I can see it. But if it's behind a wall or something like this right here, that that will call this entire object basically. So essentially like accomplishing the same net result, getting rid of triangles that you can't see so you don't render them, because you basically have to render every triangle, every pixel for every triangle that appears on the screen. Like, will the tries of this mesh be discarded if the entirety is behind another mesh? Yeah, for occlusion calling, yeah. You can basically like, people achieve it in a bunch of different ways, but like you essentially get a vector between an object's bounding box and the camera. So a vector between those two, and if it collides with anything, you know not to render that object, essentially. So you can combine all these methods of calling triangles because you want to prevent overdraw as much as possible. So you call this cube here because it's occluded. For this cube, you call the three back faces because they're facing away from the camera. You're not going to see them. And then all sorts of other things. I don't know what all people do in modern rendering because I am not a graphics person. Does the GPU do that or the engine on top of the GPU? I think so. If you're using like OpenGL or DirectX 11, there's a specific mode in the API that will automatically call back faces for you. You just set a flag and you say, hey, I want back faces called. Does it for you. Now, if that's like in the driver or on the GPU itself, I have no clue. I don't know things that deeply. Vulkan and DirectX 12, I don't know. Like maybe you have to set up the pipeline yourself. I don't have enough experience with it. It's just determining which way the normal is pointing. Yeah. Occlusion, you have to do that yourself. You can do a compute shader to determine like if things are occluded if you want, or you do it on the CPU. But it is something you have to work out yourself. Or whatever engine you're using will work it out for you. So like if you're using Unity, it has its own way of doing it. Unreal has its own way of doing it. Interesting problem. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know the details of how it does it. Because I'm not a graphics renderer person. I'm interested in writing a renderer, but um, I'm like really far away from understanding that. Your graphics project course work was modeling a Gundam. That's cool. That's super cool. 35 years ago? That is I think like really interesting reading about how people did graphics 30 years ago. Like I like reading those stories. Um, like basically writing the individual vertices into a text file, like you're saying. Um, it's so cool. Uh, nowadays, we've kind of like built all this tooling to keep us from needing to do all that. Just hop into Blender and export a file. Not to mention the matrix math. Yeah. Matrix math you still have to do, but there's a lot of like libraries and stuff that'll uh, do it for you. And it's all like SIMD and all that. Uh, about like 20 years ago, you kind of followed a, oh, was it 20 years, like 10, 15 years ago, things kind of followed a fixed function pipeline, uh, where you kind of handed off uh, the triangles to the GPU and it just rendered it according to the uh, the pipeline that was built into the GPU. But nowadays, um, you got to write shaders for everything. Um, well, I mean, you write GPU programs for everything. And within those programs, you still need to do a lot of the matrix math. Yeah, there might have been SGI machines that did that, but for the sake of learning, we had to do all the rendering itself. Yeah, that's really cool. I've considered a lot just like shadowing a graphics course at a university or something. Uh, where they do like, I mean, they build software renderers, so got to do all that yourself and like really get into depth about the basics of rendering, because that stuff's uh, really interested me. But I'm like way too dumb to learn it on my own, and like I just don't have um, the capacity to, or the discipline to like really sit down and bang my head against something because I'm not really good at math. Uh, I can like get to the right answer, but like I have to like work really hard at uh learning uh anything really. Scan converting lines and ellipses with integer math. Ooh. but yeah, like as dumb as I am, I do really like that stuff. And man, I would love to build like my own software ray tracer. I'm not gonna say that you kids have it easy. Oh no, 100%. Kids have it easy, man. uh, Now, I mean, like for the time being, it did get a little bit harder with DirectX 12 and Vulkan. Like, there's a lot more uh, to make use of that. You have to know a lot more about how a 3D graphics pipeline should work, how the details of like sending data to the GPU and how to manage all that and how to uh, well, the benefit would be like to be able to uh, do things multi-threaded because like Direct or OpenGL and DirectX 11 are like really single threaded. You can only render on the, or you can only access the OpenGL context on the main thread. But I'm not at that level. I have no idea what I'm doing like most of the time. So nobody should ever listen to me. Still a lot simpler than like full on software rendering. It's weird. The abstractions take care of all the hard work, but you still have to know how they work so you don't trigger them to behave terribly. Yeah. That's pretty much it. You have to like know enough about how it works so that you can like queue up jobs, queue up data in your buffers so that you're not idling the GPU and you're not um, also like rendering things that you shouldn't, and you're also uh, managing how assets flow in. So like you have to load up buffers on the GPU at some point. Like you have to load a model in at some point. Like your players are going to be walking around. Um, but I mean, at this point, it's like all mostly solved problems. Like you don't have to think about it that hard. You just implement something that somebody's already written a white paper about like a long time ago. Like Nanite for Unreal Engine 5. I mean, that's a problem. The problem space is like, how do you just take any model and uh, reduce the triangles so that you're not massively overdrawing in every frame. And I mean, it's basically recently or recent enough where compute is powerful enough to like just compute uh, compute the meshes based off of those high poly versions and not have a ton of overdraw. And it's all possible because we now have pretty low level access to the GPU through Vulkan and DirectX 12. And people using Unreal Engine 5 today don't necessarily have to know any of the math behind Nanite, but they have to at least know that if they load like a billion triangle model, you're going to run out of VRAM. Or you're gonna like wait on reading the file on from the disk, or you're gonna have to. There's like a bunch of bottlenecks everywhere. There's a bunch of foot guns, and you still have to know. Yeah, you'd love to understand what UE's doing behind the scenes to decode the app's models and optimize them. I think there's a specific white paper a while ago um, that ended up being what Unreal implemented or Epic implemented um, for Nanite. Something about clusters. It's been a moment since I looked at it, so I don't remember it exactly. Um, but it's really interesting how they solved a bunch of problems. Like at first, Nanite was only available for like static geometry, so like you couldn't use Nanite on like foliage. You couldn't use Nanite on any dynamic terrain. You couldn't use Nanite on like animated characters, rigged characters, anything like that. And like over the last few years, they just solved for more and more. Um, so now you can use Nanite on dynamic terrain. you can use nanite on foliage and like all sorts of stuff. And there's like a bunch of real problems they had to solve for to make that possible. And I would love to be smart enough to understand all that. Uh, but I learned slow, man. Uh, Maybe one day I'll know enough, or I'll study enough to understand all that. Or you should actually create a 3D app first. Yeah. Uh, what I want to do right now is for like graphics wise or uh, any sort of like 3D game or 3D application in general. I want to like just work in Godot for now. Uh, because what they've added in Godot is the ability. Well, they added two things separately. So first is they added support for compute shaders. So I kind of want to play with that and learn that, or learn how to effectively utilize that. And then also they um, added a compositing system in Godot, which utilizes compute shaders. So you write a program, um, and if you wanted like screen space line detection with Sobel or whatever else, like you just you write the compute shader, you uh, detect the edges, and you do whatever else uh, you want, and then that gets passed to the renderer at some point, and you have lines. I want to play with that. I want to play with Godot a little bit more. There's just not enough time. There's not enough hours in a day. And then once I have a better understanding of how to do things in Godot, I can like start asking the right questions, because the hardest thing about learning something new is figuring out what questions to ask. And I feel like if I get enough understanding of like the underpinnings of Godot, I can like start to work out like I want X thing that I do in Godot. I sort of have an understanding because I have implemented it this way in Godot. Like, how do I write the boilerplate, or how do I put together a pipeline in which allows me to do this thing? I think that's probably the path of uh, well, the path that has the least friction for me. I think I can get to a point where uh, I can kind of step through and slowly build the knowledge I need to then ask the right questions. Because like how I got into graphics rendering like in the first place was because uh, how I got into like graphics in the first place was like, hey, I can do shaders or materials in Blender with nodes. Well, these nodes just map uh, to shader functions at some point. But then like this renderer that I like to use, well, uh, Malt3D just initializes a OpenGL pipeline for me. So then I can write GLSL in Blender, and now I've got like some shader knowledge. And now with my shader knowledge, I can like start asking questions like, how do I initialize a graphics pipeline? Like, how do I compile a shader? How do I get triangles on the screen, right? Like, um, kind of just using the tools in abstract to as stepping stones. It's like I understand this higher level concept. I have a small idea as to how it works. Let me implement the lower level thing. And that's how I ended up I don't know, a couple months ago, like I wrote a super basic OpenGL renderer. It loaded up a model and it rendered almost PBR. It used the shading formulas, but I didn't implement IBLs, so because it didn't have IBLs, it really isn't actual PBR. Um, IBL is image-based lighting, I think is what that is. Let me Google that. Yeah, image-based lighting. Essentially like uh, determining lighting based off of like um, I don't know what you call it, like a mat cap or a cube map or something like that, where reflective surfaces will capture um, the environment, like you see the environment inside a reflective surface. So PBR is photoreal rendering. And it's a term that I think Disney popularized. So when we talk about photoreal or PBR materials, we're talking specifically about a set of formulas that will take a set of parameters and render a given model or a given image a specific way. So, given like a certain diffuse color, a certain roughness value, a certain, I think, smooth or yeah, roughness value, it will produce an image that looks like a specific thing. And like, there's going to be some variances in implementation, but if you kind of follow PBR, or if you create a PBR material, it'll look like mostly the same between different renderers. So 3D packages like Blender, Maya, whatever Substance, over the years it's gotten to it's pretty heavily focused around PBRs. Like if I create a new shader, that's not that. If I create a new shader, there's basically, base color, metallic, roughness, index of reflection, alpha, roughness, whatever else, coat, sheen, emissiveness. With metallic and specular surfaces, they will use the IBL as a way to fake glossiness or fake, reflectivity. Now you can like ray trace reflections, like that's kind of where more things are headed. You've got RTX and all that. You assume this is more advanced than Phong shading? Yes, it is more involved than Phong shading. There's in the paper, if you read the paper that Disney put out forever ago, they do things like estimate. They have a formula that essentially is based around the idea that a rough surface has a bunch of microfacets. It is made of very small planes that are faced, in random directions. So, given a roughness value, there's like a handful of algorithms that people use for PBR, but they all do the same thing. They give basically a 0 to 1 value of roughness and estimate the probability that a light hitting that microfacet will be a normal that is perpendicular to the viewer. I think it's perpendicular. And so you basically between the light and the viewer, will the probability that the light will reflect off of a surface on a given roughness surface. It's really interesting. And so like all the 3D packages, all the 3D engines and all that, they've adapted that model. And inside the idea of PBR, they've also determine like if things are this reflective or shiny or whatever, it should reflect like this amount of the world around it. So that's what IBLs are. Um, Basically a way to fake environmental lighting without like doing ray tracing and all that. You basically have, the cube map or matcap or whatever, um, representing the environment around a object, and then based on uh, the different parameters of the material, you will see uh, whatever part of the cube map or whatever part of the IBL um, of that object, whichever orientation it is, whichever orientation of the camera is, and um, makes for uh, a lot more realistic rendering. Hence the name physically based rendering. Sorry, I said photoreal rendering. That it's physically based rendering. Yeah, I don't know. I understand the idea. Uh, I vaguely understand the math behind it. Just calculus, right? But I'm not smart enough to like uh, I'm not smart enough to like derive the formula myself. I just copy paste the formula, man. But yeah, I mean, since that Disney paper, we've essentially standardized around PBR, FBX, GLTF, the most popular interchange model interchange formats. Also like USD. They're entirely centered around PBR rendering. So the idea is that if you create a PBR model in one tool, it should look nearly identical in another tool. And that's why there's so many tools, all specialized doing their own things, is because like there's this one standard that everybody's trying to follow. And it makes it a lot easier to share things between different packages. Now, if you ask me, like, would I ever write a renderer again that like fully implements PBR? Like, probably not. Like, do I have the need for like physically based rendering? Like, No, I mostly do uh like stylized rendering, like the opposite. So like is Blinn good enough for almost every case? Like, yeah, maybe. Um I've seen people like use PBR for like environments and stuff because like for background rendering, artists are more likely than not to be drawing based off of reality. But you could probably get away with just uh, like simpler rendering. OMG Noctis, you're bald. Okay. Yeah, all right. Hydrate. Thank you. All right, man. Holy cow, it's late. All right. Well, I finished 1.5 strands. But I need to go to bed. You've been asleep? You missed so many stream. Oh, man, you almost missed the end of Mikan's subathon. She's been on her last hour for hours. Yeah, I got work in the morning, or I got work in a few hours. So I'm gonna raid out. I got a lot done. This hair's starting to look good. It's getting there. It's almost the point where I can like start to close things up and texture it. Since you played Peak with her, yeah. You missed like Mikan getting excited for the timer running out, and then like screaming because somebody donated last minute because of course they would. It's a subathon. That's what people do. Guess you want to stay bald, I'd redeem Toggle. I don't know what Warudo does. Like sometimes the Twitch integration works, sometimes it freaking does nothing. And I don't think it's a me thing. I think it's not triggering. Like it's not staying connected or something. Because every time I click this button, it freaking works. Yeah, with the redeem, like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So it's like it's losing connection to the WebSocket or something. Like it's so annoying. This is one of the reasons why I want to build my own VTuber software, like, or why I started like with original Noctis using my own thing built in Unity, because at least if the WebSocket dies, it's my fault. And I never had issues with losing connection to Twitch. But now I'm using Warudo and like my redeems don't freaking work. Mini looking good, thank you. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with it. One day she'll not be bald up here. But I'm really happy with like these shoes. I'm happy with the dress. I'm happy with how the hair is so far. Um I think it'll look even better when I get through all of it. It's gonna take me like several days to finish this hair. It's crazy. I'm so slow at this. Say my work? Okay. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. It's always fun. Let's raid Mekon in her final minutes. But yeah, thank you. Uh, let's see, where was I? What was today? Thank you, Jed, for the resub. Oh wait, no, that was yesterday's. Thank you, Mur, for the resub. Thank you, Doctor or Mr. Meow, for the raid. Uh, thank you, Peanuts, for the cry bits. And bye, Jed. Bye, was it Tia? Bye, YouTube. We're raiding out. I've been like almost done with this model for a few days now, and I will continue to be almost done for several more days. So there's going to be several more streams, but I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be tired. But bye.